And good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners meeting for Wednesday, April 13th. If you'll please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our inspirational word for the day comes from Ephesians. Christ has given each of us special abilities, whatever he wants us to have out of his rich storehouse of gifts. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye. Here.
Commissioner Hung.
Yeah.
Here. Commissioner Moore.
Here.
It's been one of those mornings. Okay, too many meetings before the meeting. We're going to start first with, we have a proclamation honoring the amazing folks who are the behind the scenes and the unsung heroes, our dispatchers. And April 10th through the 16th is National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Lorain County, Ohio. And we're going to make that proclamation today. Jeff, if you come forward, and Kurt as well. And I'm going to turn it over to the Vice President here to read the proclamation for you.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Morning.
In the matter of proclaiming April 10th to the 16th, 2022 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Lorain County, Ohio. Whereas National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week began in 1981 and is celebrated the second week of April each year, this year going from April 10th to the 16th, 2022. And whereas this week offers a much-deserved thank you to our dispatchers who perform a highly important job in public service. And whereas a dispatcher is generally the first point of contact, the true first responder, and the unseen hero. A dispatcher's job is a complicated one. It is exciting, rewarding, fulfilling, and becomes a way of life. And whereas emergencies can occur at any time, and our emergency communications dispatchers for Lorain County 911 and dedicated dispatchers in our community provide life-saving medical instructions quickly before dispatching the police, fire, ambulance to an emergency. And whereas dispatchers are a rare breed, dispatchers receive high-stress calls while handling radio traffic from fire and police. They provide information, guidance, and medical instructions while entering critical information to the computer system. In doing so, they are contacting the appropriate safety forces to send out to the resident in need, proving their exemplary aptitude for multitasking. And whereas it is important to thank a dispatcher, not only during this week of national recognition, but anytime you can, because you never know when you might need them. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Commissioners of Lorain County, Ohio, that we hereby declare the week of April 10th to the 16th, 2022 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, in honor of the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keep our county and citizens safe.
Okay, gentlemen, you'd like to say a few words?
Sure. Good morning, Commissioners. On behalf of everybody at 911, we appreciate the proclamation. It means a lot to all of us to be recognized and people to notice what they do. I'm relatively new in the agency. I spent a long time being told what to do by those dispatchers. So now the table turned a little bit. But my level of awe of them is incredible. What they do and the pressure they do it under and the hours they work, they're just incredible people. And to actually witness what they go through from the minute the phone rings until the time the call's over, the multitasking that you mentioned in the proclamation, it can't be overstated, the things they have to do. It's a tough process of recruiting people, training them, and getting them in there to where they become a good function for us. And they truly deserve all the recognition that this proclamation put forth, plus anything else anybody has to say about them. like I said, I just can't tell you how impressed I am with them. They are under extreme pressure to do things right every time. And I know for a fact they try that every time the phone rings. So they're good people. We're lucky to have them, and I enjoy working with them.
Kurt, do you have any additional words you'd like to add?
No, he's hit the nail correct.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting because when you talk to people in the community, you know, people, I think sometimes believe that, well, I'm good at multitasking and you know, I'm pretty level-headed, I'm pretty calm, I don't get all emotionally worked up, and then once you realize all the steps you have to go through, the protocols you have to learn, and the reality is that in most cases, probably one out of every four actually probably makes it all the way through.
It's quite a process. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, and I know my own brother went down to Strongsville one time just to sit in on a class they had for dispatching, and he said, "Wow, I thought I was organized and could handle all this," and he said it just blew me away. People have no idea how tough it is. So, and we really appreciate what they do because that's the side of our society that the public doesn't see. You know, they're not there when they get those frantic calls or a situation has escalated to a very dangerous point and people have to make quick decisions and get help right away and walk people through an emergency and stay calm. So it's they do an amazing job, and they have to take that home with them every day when they leave work. That's the tough part of it, trying to disconnect from it. But well, we'd like to come down and take a picture with you if we could, in recognition of Telecommunicators Week.
I know.
Yeah, oh, thank you. Okay, thank you, John.
Okay. Up next, we've got two presentations this morning. Madam Clerk, would you introduce the next presentation?
Office on Aging, Lorraine County Older Adults Needs Assessment by Lauren Kuznistik, right?
Jazik.
Kuzazik. What?
Yes, there you go. Sounds like.
That's what I thought.
Replace
phonetic
charades, but I got it.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you that John Girl has trained me well in pronouncing her name.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
You know what, you get that protective plastic gate we got.
The burdens of being short and lectern computer.
Vertically challenged is the preferred.
Yes. So, well, first of all, thank you for commissioners for allowing me to come and present today on a topic that I have been talking a lot about and feel very, very strongly about. So I really would like to say thank you for that. So yes, I am here today to talk about the 2021 Older Adult Needs Assessment that we did in Lorain County. It was completed in November. It was a rather long process thanks to COVID. We actually originally started in February of 2020, but, you know, things occurred that we had to wait a little bit, but we'll go right on in. So first of all, I need to acknowledge, first of all, the funders. The Western Reserve Area Agency on Aging and the Community Foundation of Lorain County came together to provide the funding for this project. It was about $25,000, so it was no cheap endeavor. And I would like to thank the Lorain County Board of Commissioners, in particular Commissioner Hung, for lending their legitimatizing the assessment by signing the cover letter, so that when the individuals got it in the mail, they know, hey, this is something legitimate that our county government finds important. So I really do appreciate that. And of course, I have to thank the Center for Community Solutions for creating such a quality final product that we can use to inform our decision-making, our policy-making, and our planning in the future for our older adults. So why? Why do we do an assessment? Well, you know, we need to test the waters, and we need to see what the needs are in the county every so often. The last one was done in 2008, and prior to that it was 1997. And as we all know, our population is shifting greatly. We are aging at a rapid rate. The tsunami that they've talked about for several decades is here, folks. So we needed to have current data so that we can inform our policy making, our programs, and our development and evaluation. And potential funders need to understand, and our leaders in our community need to understand the needs in the county so that we can, you know, leverage the resources to make sure that we can meet those needs. So that is why we did it. I'll really briefly talk about the survey methodology. You know, we use voter registration rolls, but in addition to that, we did do oversampling in key areas. We did oversampling in our Latinx community, as well as census tracts that showed a lot of poverty. So below 100% of the federal poverty level, we oversampled there. We did translate the survey into Spanish, and then El Centro was so gracious to help us get that out to the Spanish-speaking population in our county. We used our aging partners, so I printed hundreds of these surveys. They went to different aging partners in the community, Neighborhood Alliance, Community Resource Services, you name it. They helped us in getting the survey out to the folks that needed to complete it. And we also did do an electronic version. So we did an email version and a social media version. The only reason they were identical, they were exactly the same as the survey, but we wanted to be able to track how we received the surveys back. And we got a total of 640 valid surveys. We needed 383 for it to be considered significant and to be generalizable to the population, so we well exceeded that. So I am very confident in the results that we have are indicative of what the needs are in our community. So as of right now, we have 76,138 individuals over the age of 60 in Lorain County. That is up from 68,000 in 2018. So as you can see, we are growing at a pretty rapid rate, and we are now at 25% of the population. So if you look at a room of 4 people, you count off, one of them is going to be over the age of 60, and one of them is going to more than likely need services to age in place and successfully as they get older. Our growth is expected through at least 2030. They expect us to top out around 27% of the population around 2031, 2032. And of course, what I like to say to folks is that we're really not serving the people that are just turning 60, just turning 65. It's when those folks hit their 70s and hit their 80s that they're really beginning to be in need of the services we provide. Our average service age is 74. So we're not serving our young olds, we're more of serving our middle 70s folks. Racial breakdown, it was pretty comparable with the community, 92% white, 6% black, 1% Asian American. And then our Latinx ethnicity, because, you know, we have to separate ethnicity versus race, is about 5%. And that's pretty comparable with the county as a whole. Educational level breakdown, you guys can see that. The reason that we looked at educational breakdown, though, is a bachelor's degree is positively correlated with better health outcomes. So if you have a bachelor's degree or higher, you tend to have better health outcomes, better access to medical care. So that was the reason we looked at that. And then 58% are married, 20% are widowed, 15% are divorced, and 1% are separated. So we have a significant population that is more than likely living on their own or with non-spouse members of the family. 15.5% are veterans. 34% report living with a disability. I would suggest that might be higher. I think that individuals' definitions of disability might be a little bit different than maybe ours. 73% said they're no longer active in the labor force. And this was an interesting statistic. 8% are at the federal poverty rate or lower. And just to kind of give you some reference point, that is for a single person, that is like $1,200 a month. And for 150% of federal poverty, that's $1,698 a month for one person. So they're living on a pretty low income. About 15% of our population is what we consider poverty adjacent, which means that they are 150% of poverty or less. So the good stuff that I like to talk about. Key findings. So 97% of those that responded to this survey want to age in place. That is actually higher than the national average. The national average is around 93%. 97% of older adults in Lorraine County want to age in place, want to age successfully in their home. And additionally, which I think is a good reflection on our community, is that 80% felt it was important to stay here in Lorraine County, which I think is a good reflection of the good work you guys are doing. The top concern of older adults, we asked a question about what are you concerned about as you age. They don't want to be placed in a nursing facility, and they don't want to be viewed as being unable to care for themselves. So it's all related to that dignity piece. They want to retain their dignity and their independence for as long as they can. Surprisingly, I guess not surprisingly, but 88% said they had access to the internet. Now, that's not necessarily in their home. That could be at a library. That could be through a family member. That could be through their cell phone plan. And we were really surprised at the number of surveys that were completed by electronic means. Now, if you look at the age group breakdown, it is our younger folks, 60 to maybe 69. As you got more into like 75 and 80, it was mostly paper surveys. But I think that shows a shift in how we need to be reaching out to our older adults in the county. This one worries me. It is estimated that 18,000 older adult households in our county, which would account for 53% of the total population, may struggle to afford home and community-based services and supports as they age. And it's not a poverty issue, though. Those that are poverty adjacent and lower income have access to services and supports through Medicaid. And then we have our folks that they have the ability to pay private pay. It's those folks I call the gray area, that they cannot afford, because they fall in that gray area, they don't qualify for Medicaid, and they can't afford the services that they are recommended. So they might go without homemaker services that they need. They might go without home health services that they need. They may forego adult daycare. I mean, I could go on and on. So that's a really big concern to me. Our renters in Lorraine County are very cost burdened, but what that means is 30% or more of their income goes to shelter, and that can include rent, and that can also include your utilities. So we have a housing issue and an affordability issue in our county. A lot of our respondents did say they were still driving, but for those that were not able to drive for whatever reason, they had a lot of difficulty with locating safe, affordable, and reliable transportation, whether in the county or out of the county, to medical appointments, in Cleveland. 1 in 4 older adults reported concerns of running out of food before they could get more. That, to me, is the definition of food insecurity, so we have a concern there. 40% of respondents reported no access to home delivered meals where they live. Home delivered meals is available throughout the entire county, so what this tells me is we have a communication issue. We have an issue with making them aware of what is available to them and accessible to them. 90% said they want to use Medicare and long-term care insurance to cover their costs. That's a fallacy. Medicare is health coverage. It's not long-term care coverage. I would be really surprised if, I think it was like 63% of our older adults said they were going to use long-term care insurance. I would be shocked if we had 62% of older adults in Lorraine County that have long-term care insurance. So I think that's an education piece that we need to look at. And then during the caregiver focus groups, the overwhelming need is they need help, they need respite, they need a break from their caregiving role. They need training on how to be a caregiver and training on whatever diagnosis their loved one might have. Caregivers don't know what to expect until they are a caregiver, and that is a concern. And so out of this, I developed with my board 4 focus areas. Our first one is providing accessible and affordable community-based services to that gray area that I've been talking about. Meeting the basic needs of the older adult population, and that's housing, access to food, and transportation. Really basic things that the older adults in our county don't have readily access to. Creation of a caregiver safety net in our county. Right now, there's some COVID money floating around with the Alzheimer's Association. They can provide some respite, but once that dries up, there is a caregiver support program with Western Reserve. They cover a 5-county area, so they're covering Lorraine, but they're covering 4 other counties, so it's nowhere near enough. I can give an acknowledgement or a shout out to Carol Klingler with Dementia Friendly Life. What she's doing in those memory cafes is incredible. and needs to be duplicated like everywhere across the nation, if you ask me. And then providing education on financing aging. So, and this needs to start younger than 60. This needs to start when people are much younger. So people need to start understanding that Medicare is not going to pay for these things. Medicaid's not, this is what Medicaid requires. So these are things that we need to look at. We need to do a better job of educating our community. And then also technology. COVID made technology a much more important piece of life in the last 2 years. We know that technology has been becoming more prevalent in the way to access services, but we've got to do a better job of getting technology training and education to our older adults and making it more accessible for them to get technology such as laptops, tablets, whatever it might be. So where do we go from here? Well, we have the Coalition for Quality Aging, so that did take a little bit of a hiatus during the pandemic for obvious reasons, but we have reconvened that, and we have spent the last 2 meetings looking at these 4 core focus areas. And this group is just a group of individuals that either work for an aging network partner or are an interested individual, and we're putting our heads together to try to start solving some of these issues. Some of the feedback I got, I've actually had several older adults that completed the survey actually call me and say, okay, Lauren, so I completed it, now what? Are you guys actually going to do something with it? And I'm like, yes, we are, because I think that's the concern is, oh, you guys do all these surveys, but what are you actually going to do with it? And so they kind of called me out, and I'm totally good with that. But they're right. What are we going to do with it? We've got to do something with it. We need to identify sustainable and significant funding sources for older adult services. I mean, $50,000 here, $80,000, that's really not, quite frankly, going to do it. I have a waiting list right now of 453 people on my homemaker program. I did the math. It would cost me about $600,000 to take those folks off of that waiting list. So we need to find a way to sustainably fund senior services in our county. Collaborations and partnerships, working with our aging network partners, working with our local governments, working with our state governments. Advocacy, we've got to advocate for our folks at the federal level to increase the Older Americans Act. The Older Americans Act gets reauthorized. It's easy to pass that, but it hasn't actually received an actual increase beyond just the cost of inflation. So our federal government is not investing in our older adult services the way that they really should be. And then at the state level, the Senior Community Services Block Grants, that is something that the area agencies on aging used to augment the Older American Act funds. That was funded in 2002 at $16 million. Today it is funded at $9.7 million. And that is taking into account that our population has grown and inflation has caused issues.
Yeah, plus a rainy day fund of like $2.5 billion, right?
Yes, you're correct. And, so an education of the needs of the public, I've got to get out there and I've got to tell our story. I've got to tell the story of the older adults. And we have the structure, we have the partners here, but we need, quite frankly, the money and the muscle to do it with. So that is my contact info. Anybody wants to call me, email me. Any questions, comments?
Yeah, I know my colleague came back from Florida under the weather, so he had to step out there. I hope he's okay.
That's perfectly fine.
Just want to thank you for doing this study, and it's hard to get people to respond to anything. I'm probably one of the worst people you're ever going to run into when somebody's doing a survey. I hate filling out surveys. I don't know why, but I know it's so vital and so important, and to have at least the sample that came back. I was going to ask you, was there any questions ever asked about how many seniors have been forced to go back to work? I'm running into a lot of places where I go in, and I'm surprised by, quite frankly, how old some of the workers are that are behind the counter.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have any numbers, but I can tell you that a lot of folks are not retiring at age 65 or 66. They're continuing to work. We have Vantage Aging, which is within the Ohio Means Jobs umbrella. And what they do is they take folks 55 and older, and they provide some job training, especially technology, and then they have partners like the Office on Aging where they actually come and learn on the job training. So we will actually give them a job, Vantage pays them, and we kind of train them, especially like if they're, switching careers, or maybe they've been a cashier their whole life, but now they want to do something more clerical, but they need the computer experience. So yes, we are seeing that, and I agree with you. I'm seeing more and more individuals just at the places I go that they're not retiring, or they're at least working part-time to subsidize their Social Security.
Have you had any conversations with our state legislators about getting more funding from the state? It sounds like there was even a reduction, which makes no sense to me
Yeah.
whatsoever, but.
Yeah, yes, I have. I actually spoke with Senator Nathan Manning shortly after this came out, and I educated him on the needs, and I pointed out to him that this area is taking a cut. I mean, we're serving the fastest growing population, and yet across the state we've taken a cut. So he's aware. They are very aware of the issue, and we every time the Biden budget comes around, we're advocating for the same thing. We're advocating to increase senior community services. So I mean, it's an ongoing conversation we're always having.
You have a question? I'm good. Are you putting together any formal requests to us under Rescue Act?
I am putting something together, yes. So I should be coming to you in next month or so.
Okay, yeah, certainly let us know about that. But, I just hope that the public, when they have conversations with legislators, I think it's always good to have, a rainy day fund, but there's lots of funds sitting there. At the same time, there's a great need, and I'm disappointed to hear there's a reduction in state funding for senior programming. My ear perked up a little bit when you talked about younger older adults. You said between 60 and 69. I'm in that category, so thank you for referring to me as being young. But, okay. Any questions? We good? Well, thank you. And then where is this available for folks to find it online if they'd like to find it?
It is actually on our website, which is www.lcooa.org. And if you go under the tab About Us and you click down, it's going to be the first thing you see. And it links directly to the PDF.
Yeah, and we definitely want to thank the foundations and those who supported. These things are expensive to conduct, and you said it was $25,000. Wow. So we certainly want to thank them for making that possible, and for folks responding. I was a little surprised by the numbers too about the internet access, because I wouldn't think it would be that high, but you said a lot of the responses came online, so those are probably most of the
Yeah.
folks who responded to you anyhow.
Yeah, it was about 40-60 paper, 40%. Yeah, I mean, it was a good mix.
Okay, sounds good. No other questions? Well, thank you for your presentation. Thanks for the amazing work you do. I know you impact a lot of lives, and can't thank you enough. I know we're appreciative of how you're working with the Neighborhood Alliance and how we're working at that new coordinated, improved kitchen so that we can get
Absolutely.
more food out to residents. And
Can't wait till it's built.
right, yeah, we're looking forward to it too. I think they put the shovels in the ground. Is that tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow 10, right?
All right. Thank you very much for having me.
Be there, Lauren?
I do not believe so. I have another engagement, but I will be cheering them on wherever I am.
Okay.
Well, you're a busy lady, so
Thank you,
very
guys.
much.
Thank you.
And Madam Clerk, our next presentation, I think this name's a little easier to pronounce for both of us.
We have Lorraine County Recorder Mike Duran on the ARPA funding for scanning and digitizing back index deeds and mortgage books, as well as Jeff Bear.
Morning, Mr. Recorder. And Jeff, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to jump in and just say thank you. I've been pretty passionately campaigning over the past year, so anytime
We didn't notice that, by the way.
anytime I could catch one of the commissioners' ears, I was doing it, so they never tucked their head down and looked
That's why
the
we
other
ran in the other direction there, so, you know.
These
Mics are so loud.
in there, okay.
Mics are so loud.
Really?
Oh, there we
Maybe
go. Thank you.
yours is.
Okay, we're just waiting to get the screen on there. So this is our preservation plan. Our goal is to work with the commissioners with the ARPA funds and also some of our technology fund as well to ensure that we can get this digitization project going and move forward. That's not the right button. Here we go. Our objective is to make the records more accessible and easier to get to. Right now, we have digital records online from 88 until current, and we have some between 78 and 88 that are online, and then we also have from 1824 to 1898 are online, and 1824 to 1901 are indexed online in our online index book system. And the idea is to actually bring the whole of that, to bring that gap into that online index book system, which is a wrong button again. Which is a it's a visual. So the index books are books right now. They are. Oh, I'm not on the right slide. Just a second. Okay, so you can see our. From here, this is why we need to do it. You can see the images of these books are not in great quality at all. So these index books are looked at several times a day by our title examiners if somebody wants to get a loan or a mortgage or buy or transfer property or anything like that. There's a very high likelihood that they're going to need some sort of title insurance. Some like residential properties, they'll go back 40 years. But with the like commercial properties, they're actually going back 100 years. So,
Could you move closer to the microphone?
Oh,
and
sorry,
pull
go
it
ahead.
closer. I guess there's
There we
some
go.
issues with your audio. Thank you.
okay, so and let me. How do you go back?
You can jump back a couple here.
Yeah, go ahead and go back a couple.
I think that's where you were, why the digital preservation you're talking about.
All right, so as you see on the slide, we are planning to have them all the documents in a digital searchable format, and that I just said all this. So,
Yeah, I think you were on the page with, I think, Mike, where you were at was why digital record preservation? I think
there
you
we
were
go.
kinda getting into
I just
that-
want to
that
jump
stuff.
into, with the COVID pandemic, the demand for those land records increased
Sure.
over the past couple of years. I mean, there was no decrease in our numbers. We went from a 15% increase from 19 to 20, and then another 17% increase from 20 to 21. We've definitely been rocking and rolling down in the recorder's office. And, again, digitizing these is a permanent fix. It's something that can be done now, and it's forever, so.
Then we've already seen those. So yeah, the requirements that we are putting forth in this project is to, they have to look like the original, they have to look like the original document. We don't want to just have something that doesn't look like, it has to look like the original document. That helps with the title examiners and everything else. We also want them to be in high quality. We've seen a few different scans from different projects, either at other offices or even at our offices that were done before, that where some of the documents were, they were on the computer, but you couldn't read them.
Couldn't read them. That doesn't do
So-
any good, right?
So yeah, we're in this project, we're making sure that the ones we do scan are going to be in the high quality. And as for the ones that we already have that aren't of quality, whenever we find those, we have a side project of, if we see a document, one of the examiners will come up to someone in our office and say, hey, I can't see this online. So then they'll go ahead and we'll go back to the film or the original book or wherever we have to go to get that a better image and upload that in place of the bad image if it's there. It's a really small percentage of any bad images, though, that we currently have. We're also going to have 2 copies. We're going to have a regular PDF style copy and then like another high resolution copy of the like raw data, so that in case something gets lost on the PDF, we'll still have that full resolution image that we can get those repaired as well. And then it's going to be the complete database is going to be hosted and maintained by our vendor, the same vendor that we've been using, and it's going to be on the same system. One of the reasons we went towards using this, towards using the same vendor, there were a couple of other vendors that were talking to our ears at our continuing educations and those kind of things. They would come and one of the things they wanted to like have a separate system, and I was like, no, we need to have it all streamlined and in one place to make it easily accessible for people to find and not have to learn 2 or 3 different systems. And then, oh, go ahead. I thought I heard somebody say something. So this is screen grab of our of where our online index book system is. So you have our normal where you search for your last name or first name or whatnot. But if you on that top bar above where the name and everything is, you see that deeds prior to 1901. That's where our current online index book system is, where you can see an image of the index books, and then it tells you the book and page number that the index document is in, and then you just select the book and page number. So if you need book 972, page 305, you'll just select book 972, and then page 305, and then it'll bring you directly to that image, and then that'll be where the document starts as to whether it's 1 pages or 7 pages or however long the document is.
Really a great system to preserve those documents. The title searchers are going to see just what they'd be seeing if they had that book in their hand. There's no need to recreate an index and retype everything in, especially going back that far with the cursive, elegant handwriting that they had. It could possibly cause errors in that indexing. So this system, this online index book, really is the answer to rectify that issue. I just want to throw in a couple of things. You know, with the pandemic, we are a dense area there. There's only one set of books, so the title searchers, attorneys come in and they are sharing books. There's no way to sanitize those books. You know, this is this digitization of these books is really going to offer that traffic flow to go away. It's going to help out the auditors. It's going to help out the global economy. You know, we've got individuals out of state that are purchasing property and that. So anybody to get online and encourage them to do e-recording is a great thing now. So.
And Jeff just mentioned e-recording. One of the things that e-recording has been going up over the past couple of years. In 2019, we were at, was it 24%?
2019, yeah, probably around that.
And then last year we were at 40%, and this year we're trending in the 60 to 70% range for e-recordings. So that means that the mortgage industry, title industry has been embracing that e-recording technology and moving forward with it.
Oh, if I may, Mr. President. So, just looking at the bill here, so they're gonna send out a team to help you guys implement this, to scan and do the on-site stuff and.
Yeah, so that's what they're gonna have. They're gonna send out their team and do the scanning on site, because we don't want to have anybody take our books away from our office, because
Did they tell you how many people they'll be sending?
I don't have that number.
Just a team.
What their team.
we don't have the number. It's a team.
Okay. All right. Did they give you a time frame on how long it was going to take, start to finish?
Between 9 to 12 months.
Okay. And then, the other question I had was, well, this is just about implementation. Did you have anybody have any questions about that before I move on?
No.
No, you're good. The other questions I had, you talked about, ease for the, title searches, for the title and, companies. And, so like last year, so this not only is for our past, it's for making things easier for our future. And
Right,
future
exactly.
Generations. But last year, we had a pretty hot market. And how many mortgages did we have filed last year, and how is that gonna make it easier for everybody once this is implemented?
So last year, I don't have the number of mortgages, but the dollar amount we looked at was at 40 billion last year in mortgages in Lorraine County.
41,209 mortgages recorded.
Oh, he has the number, 41,000 mortgages.
Hot market.
Wow.
Yeah, and then this year I was looking at the dollar amount we had so far from year to date, roughly $14 billion. So all that money's going back into the economy as well. That's great that the industry is so, moving so well, and the easier we can make it on the title examiners, the faster they can help people close and get these mortgages and get these properties and anything else that they're going to do. The mortgage industry is really the backbone of the economy. When it goes down, a lot of other things tend to follow. So we want to do everything we can to make sure that we are keeping them going and moving and not being any kind of barrier in their way.
Could you just educate the public? I think they have no idea how many people converge on your office almost on a daily basis, title examiners coming in. You have your, obviously your own employees, but you have title examiners who basically almost call the administration building their office because they're there on a regular basis going through everything. If you can kind of shed some light on that.
Yeah, we have. So at the title examiners, we probably have anywhere between, on any given day, between 8 and 20, sometimes even more, just title examiners that are there. Some of them, like you said, basically call it their own office because they're there from 8 until 4:30. While we're there, they're sitting there, they're searching all day, they're filing all day, they're running in and out and throughout the building. The other thing we have is we have attorneys that come in from the public. We have the public actually comes in and does genealogy searches. Mm-hmm. So somebody who has a lot of roots in Lorain County will come down and want to see what the deed was for great-grandpa's property when he came into here, back when we first started, and we have all those records, and they go through the genealogy. They try to get a copy of it and attach it to their family trees or those kind of things that they're doing as well. So it's not just the title industry, but the title industry is the big majority of people who are back there, and they're the ones who are back there every day in those books all the time.
And it's ongoing struggle through the pandemic with having, everybody's supposed to be keeping their space, right? So had everybody packed in there, still had to have business to conduct. And like I said, we're almost an office away from home for a lot of these folks. So now they would be able to, at the end of this project, be able to basically work from home or an actual office instead of actually having to be here every day. Not that we don't want them in the building, that's fine, but
Right.
It's more convenient for everybody all the way around. If they're doing genealogy research, it should make it a lot easier for them too.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially with the genealogy research, a lot of them won't have to even come in just to be able to see they'll be able to find those documents online and do that at 2:00 in the morning when they couldn't fall asleep or something, Mm-hmm. Whereas you can't come into our office at that time.
We started this under the previous recorder, but also trying to get vendors in and trying to get everything done. And this is quite frankly a continuation of some work that it started. So, but it's important that we get this completed. Yeah, some of those books are just awful, and I'd hate for something to be on some record that's important, to my family or my business, and have it somewhere on a document that's hard to read or find or deteriorating.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, that's the books that are in the worst shape are those index books, and the regular images that are in the books aren't very useful without being able to find out where they are and what they are. It would be, if you're looking for a document, sometimes it'll take somebody, like these examiners, 20, 30, 45 minutes, an hour to find somebody's name in these index books because they're like, well, it's between 1950 and 1959, and the last name was Jones, and the first name should have been one of these two, but then you go through there, and we've you've noticed some of those index books, some of the corners on the pages are missing, so it doesn't say that it was in Amherst Township or Richfield Township or wherever it's at. You've got so we have to, after we get this done, we actually have to go in and in-house go through and rebuild those indexes that are damaged as well. But that's another thing that we'll do in-house later on as time permits and everything like that.
I have another question. I'm just sitting here thinking them up for you, Mike. You've mentioned to me in previous conversations about your Recorders Association and other counties that are taking on this project, and what's the word out there from your colleagues, your other recorders, and how many other counties are working on this project now?
So there are some counties that don't have anything digitized and online, which there's a new law. Do you remember the law number, the one that just came out that required digitization back 40 years?
So House Bill 237 is still out there and waiting to be passed. There's some, I think, a couple pieces of language in there that's being discussed, but that's the bill that's requiring the county recorders to have 40 years back online and indexed. So probably out of all 88 counties, every single one of them is looking into at least getting that requirement fulfilled, so they're up and ready when that bill does pass.
There's all kinds of money with that too, or from the state?
There's been a couple of different language changes thrown in there, but
Unfunded
yeah,
mandate,
that's what usually holds it up, right?
I think that was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, exactly.
He used to work at the State House. He knows how it works.
Knows how it doesn't work.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I think you mentioned there were other counties that were taking a look at these types of digitizations, and I've been calling them X-rays for months.
Yeah.
These digitizations of these records.
Yeah.
And I know you had some discussions with other counties, so are you getting good feedback where other counties are taking advantage of these ARPA dollars and doing the same thing?
Yes.
Oh, yes, definitely. The other counties are, some of them have already started projects being able to use the ARPA funding. So,
Yeah. And who's been
Yeah.
most helpful for you to rely on for advice and counsel?
as for the other recorders,
Yeah.
Becky Lynch is really helpful out of Lake County. Also, Melissa Jordan out of Delaware County. And Brandon McLean is really helpful too down in, what county is he in? Not Franklin.
Montgomery.
Montgomery County, yeah.
Okay.
And there was a collective through the discussion boards that the Recorders Association uses. We were trying to all collectively come together with the language, making sure it would fit within the requirements of the American Recovery Act. So everybody put together what they were submitting on those sections that would be viable.
Yeah, just to stay consistent. That's a good idea.
Yeah, the challenge would be the logistics, not interrupting day in and day out services, because people still need access to those records at the same time you're trying to get them into a new system. So that will be interesting for you guys to navigate. Okay, any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to make the motion that we bring item, move to amend the agenda. Yeah, I'd like to move item 18, move item 18 now, bring it to the floor for a vote.
Okay, I'll second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, Mike, what do you want to see if we're gonna vote to give you the money? I mean, you guys are walking out like, you spend like a 2-hour presentation.
It's a
and he-
done deal.
And he
How
drops
just
the
walk
mic and goes, I'm done. I think he is, man. I mean, he's got his back, he's walking out.
I'm trying to get you back to the office,
I know,
so,
I know. No, you have to sit. I'm just picking on you.
Now, Mike, you didn't think you were gonna get out of here without getting picked on by Dave, did
Yeah.
you?
No, I was waiting for it. I was expecting.
Well, you came out here beforehand, hoping the cameras were running, right?
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Okay, so number 18.
So now we're brought into the modern age, right? About a
Well-
year from now?
Well, we amended to hear your reading of your
Oh.
resolution, Mike, so now the suspense builds.
Okay.
Now we're there.
Dedicating the funds in the amount of $441,555 for the American Rescue Plan Act to grant to Lorraine County Recorder's Office for the scanning and digitizing back index, deeds, and mortgage books in accordance with the ORC 307.85, and this will be paid from the American Rescue Plan Fund account.
I'll make the motion, hoping you get a second.
Second.
There is a second. Look at that.
Discussion.
I don't know, I think Mike should explain.
Mike, I think we have more questions.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay, we're joking.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, thank you.
Congratulations. Looking forward to it. It's really going
Congratulations.
to work
Thank
out
you.
well.
All right, we'll expect a tour to see all of this when it's done, right?
Because you can pretty much purchase a home now just on the computer. You don't even have to go in and sign pretty much. It's getting that way. So I'm glad you guys are coming up to,
With those electronic
Yeah.
signatures and
Yeah.
e-notaries and everything.
so I'm glad you're getting, because I know those recorders down there. They live down there, they eat down there. They're like your employees, aren't they? You guys know my name and, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah, we come in like, if they have a birthday or something like
Yeah.
that, we know when it is, those kind of things, yeah.
well, thanks for sticking around for the vote.
And I might add too, you guys did a really good job getting everything together with all of our questions and getting stuff to Dan and answering Dan's questions and the back and forth. You were very patient and deliberate getting everything done into us.
Now I don't have to avoid Jeff when I see him out in the community. So he'll have something else for me, but okay, we're good. And I wasn't avoiding you anyhow. Madam Clerk, I think we're ready for resolutions, right?
Okay, number 1, investments.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 2, appropriations.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 3, transfers.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 4, advances, repayments, there were none. Number 5, requisitions.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes.
Whoever wants to go.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I'll be a yes on 898, but will be a no on 899.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I will be an abstain on 871 and an abstain on 898.
Okay. Anything further? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 6, travel.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
We were going to be
Conversation.
talking about I was going to be talking about in my commissioner's report on the Tyler Technologies contract, and we've got Kurt, our supervisor over at 911, going to training
Oh, good.
for said Tyler Technologies contract. So he will be doing that in May.
Yeah, everything's opening up again where, conferences are being held and folks are having to travel. So it's starting to open up again.
anything further? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 7, bills.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 8, authorize various personnel actions as indicated on the summary sheet for employees within jurisdiction of Lorraine County Commissioners. At conclusion of today's board meeting, the Commissioners may recess an executive session for personnel, new hires, and board appointments. Number 9, approve and waive the reading of the Commissioners' meeting minutes of April 6, 2022.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 10, adjust salaries of Avon Lake Municipal Court employees representing the county's 2/5 share, effective July 1st, 2022, as follows. 1, Kathy Navante, Clerk Courts, new biweekly rate is $1,110.42. And bailiff Tim Guru, and new biweekly rate is $753.36.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number, excuse me. Number 11, authorized payment to Corson in the amount of $627,121 for the 22-23 insurance renewal premium to be paid from the Corson insurance policy account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Under Community Development, submit a revolving loan fund waiver to the Ohio Department of Development for Erie Marine Holdings LLC for certain land, building, and redevelopment costs associated with property located within Sheffield Lake, Ohio.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
I see we got members of the Community Development Department. Were there any of these items, next three items you want to comment on? Good morning, Reese.
Morning, and thank you, Commissioners. Excuse me. The resolution before you today is because we received a revolving loan fund application that was in the amount of $305,000, which is more than the $250,000 that we're authorized to make loans with. So that's what we're doing with this waiver request to the state, where we submit a few, I would say, due diligence items, such as a building condition survey, a project narrative, some photos, and they will then make an approval, yes or no. If we are able to move forward with the project, we will then go through our normal loan review, normal trustees, all that normal business, and this is more or less one of the first steps, just because it's a little more than the normal dollar amount. We currently have about $350,000 in our portfolio to make loans with, so we are eligible to make loans for this. And again, the project would be the redevelopment of the North Coast Bowling Alley in Sheffield Lake that's at about 10 years vacant. So it's definitely a good project. The business Erie Marine would remain in Sheffield Lake. This would be an expansion for them, where the new location would hold rigging, parts, and service, and eventually be a second showroom for them. So that's all we're doing here today. This is a resolution to move forward with the loan application, yes.
Right. And you said you have 350,000 in that fund, and they're seeking 305,000?
That is correct. And if we do get to a certain point where we can request more additional funds from the Department of Development, and that's all through Community Development Block Grant, that we can make that petition to them.
Okay, and everything's collateralized?
As we haven't been through the full formal financial review, but we're working with Huntington Bank, their private lender, who's also part of this on all that.
Okay, welcome on board as our new Economic Development Director. Congratulations. You got that promotion last week.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Will Community Development be speaking on any of these other items?
Yes, on 12 and I believe
We
13.
got 13 and 14.
Yes.
This is 12. Okay.
Yes. So I
You may
think,
just stay there then.
yeah, Drake and Ian
Okay,
will
great.
be up, and
Okay. Any other questions on number 12? No?
We're good.
Okay.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 13, award contracts for homeowners to receive grant assistance for CHIP Program Year 20 home repair activities for home repair assistance, which includes contingency for any unforeseen change orders and will be paid from the CHIP Program Year 20 contract service account. One, Green Home Solutions Cleveland, in the amount of $23,320 from Matthew Noble at 324 South Pleasant Street, Oberlin, for roof and gutter replacement, soffit and fascia replacement. Two, Green Home Solutions Cleveland, in the amount of $35,090 for Loretta Bates at 218 South Pleasant Street, Oberlin, for electrical upgrade, roof and gutter replacement, furnace, AC replacement, exterior door, hand, and guardrails.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Any comments on this one?
would like to bring Ian and Drake up here to speak
Okay,
a little bit more
great.
about the
Yeah.
individual.
Drake, Ian, you guys have anything you want to add to this? I mean, you came down from your office, you're in the room, so we might as well put you to work, right?
Good morning, Commissioners,
Morning.
and thank you. These represent two projects that we've been working on with GLCAP, and we did solicit bids for this work. We had 24 bids that went out for each one of these projects. 3 actually attended the mandatory walkthrough, and this represents the lowest and the best bidder in each case, Green Home Solutions.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's always been a challenge. We're always trying to get contractors to bid on these projects. And yes, there's a little bit of paperwork, but we'll walk you through the paperwork and, hold your hand and walk you through it. But we really like to see as many local contractors as possible. I know I was talking to a gentleman who is a home builder in the county, and he was just telling me about how long it's taking for them to build homes because of getting access to the right contractors to build their homes. So I'm sure it's even a challenge to get some of these contractors, but they're probably more home repair type businesses than anything else. They come in and do these jobs.
Well, typically these are general contractors. They may work doing home repair and remodelization, but also they are probably have the ability to do new construction as well. We have been, so that we have been soliciting additional contractors. We did go out on the county's webpage, both and also on the Facebook page for our department. And we actually got a nice little write-up in one of the local newspapers as well, where they saw that we were looking to solicit to try and attract additional contractors. This all happened within the last 3 weeks. So we do thank them for doing that, and we want to do what we can to attract additional contractors. It's a great program. It's providing a very valuable service in the community to the households that we do benefit.
I know that there's a lot of businesses, they don't necessarily want to deal with government, but there's, like I said, there is paperwork that has to be filled out, but the bottom line, when you're in business, you want to get paid, right?
Right.
Government pays,
And-
so it's just a matter of filling out the
Right.
paperwork and doing the job. Well, it takes some time, sure,
Right.
but they
And once-
eventually
and-
get paid.
And once the contracts are signed, and that's guaranteed that the funds are there, once all paperwork's been turned in, we make certain. I tell people a lot of times that come into the office, if you want to see me get upset, one thing is I want to make certain that the people get paid. If they do a job, we want to make certain that they get paid.
Okay, good. Yeah, this certainly helps out a lot of people who are badly in need of these
Yes.
repairs and just can't afford it. So
Exactly.
we just had the study about seniors wanting to stay in their homes and people wanting to stay in their homes. This makes it possible for people to stay in their homes.
Right, exactly. And there's a number of families that we help each and every cycle with the CHIP program, where we do provide necessary services for their homes to remain what we call decent, safe, and sanitary is the acceptable terminology that's used. And also all the houses, when we walk away, they should meet all local codes as well.
Okay, very good. Any other questions?
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I don't know who's handling the next one, but we'll be with you in a minute.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 14, approve the submission of application to U.S. Senator Sherrod Brown's office in the amount of $20 million through congressional direct spending fiscal year 2023. If the funds are awarded, this will be used to extend the sewer lines along Barnhart Road south of the Ohio Turnpike, Interstate 8090, and from the intersection of Middle Ridge Road and Baumhart Road east along Middle Ridge Road to Corey Road. Estimated total cost of said project would be $40 million.
Move to approve?
Second.
Discussion.
Okay, Reese?
All right, thank you again, Commissioners. So this, again, is a resolution to authorize us, the county, to submit a CDS or congressionally directed spending application for the sewer project that Teresa just described. The request will be for $20 million of the $40 million project. And
Take it you do
I have a
have,
map up here to demonstrate the scale of this project. Sorry, what?
Russell?
Here comes Russell.
You're more courageous than I am. I wouldn't want to quickly transition to switching over. There we go.
All right. So again, just to kind of give you an idea of the scope, we are looking at roughly about 7.7 miles of sewer. Right here's the PQM plant on the western side of Lorraine. This is not an existing line of sewer where it would come south to Cooper Foster Park Road right here. It would go under State Route 2, connecting to Whittlesey Road, Going south a little bit more, here is Middle Ridge Road. It would continue east to Quarry Road. Down here is the Amherst Quarries, potential future development opportunity. The sewer would also continue down Baumhart Road to I-80 interchange. All of that planning area, that would open up roughly about 16,000 acres for development. All of this right now is not sewered. That is what we are trying to do. This is our best opportunity to sewer this. We've tried in the past and not been successful just due to financing issues. But again, this is our application that we're put together. And Ian and Lynn have been very helpful as part of the application process. And I'll open it up to them if they want to share anything else.
Anything else? No?
Lynn, we don't often get to see you down here.
We don't
have
often get
anything for us?
invited.
You don't get invited.
You have to have
You're always
something
welcome.
for us.
I'm okay with not being invited.
Just one other thing is we've been very supportive with getting support from the community partners. We've reached out to City of Lorraine, Vermillion, Amherst, Amherst Township, the county's general health district, the county solid waste management district, Firelands local schools. All of these, we've received formal support letters, and we've received many more verbal support of the project as well. So that goes a long way.
And Lynn, that's a good strategy. Put the new guy out in front with his promotion. Make him do all the talking.
I've been around for a while, so I know how it works.
Also, I think it's important to point out, since this is directed, directly from the senator's office, his request that we are still able to put together plans to go out and competitively seek infrastructure dollars too. You know, people keep hearing these reports and the president keeps talking about all these infrastructure dollars. What the public doesn't realize is that it's not like they're sending us a check saying, here's a portion of money that you can use on infrastructure. We actually have to compete for those infrastructure dollars. So I would think that we're putting together plans so that we can actually then formally go and compete for the infrastructure dollars in addition to this direct spending.
That is correct. We would additionally like to leverage as much as possible and, again, bring that to Lorraine County from other, whether it's the state or federal funds as well.
Yeah, the dollars are there. You just have to have the package to present it.
Exactly, yes.
So, and Baumhart's probably the next area, right, for improvement?
Yeah, there's not too many homes and businesses along it right now, but again, this in the next 10 years could be all the farms, could be subdevelopments, and could be commercial and retail. And again, that brings new jobs, not just for Lorraine County, but the eastern side of Huron County, Erie County. Those are all impacted by this as well. Those are all, it's part of it.
Plus, I think we need to point out, you know, the EPA is always wanting people to transition to the sewer systems when possible.
Yeah, there's plenty of environmental and health, public health, and economic causes that we're providing in the application as well.
Okay, sounds good. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for coming, guys.
All right, thank you.
Gals.
Under 15, Job and Family Services, amend Resolution 22-230 adopted March 30th, 2022, approving and entering 4D purchase of service contracts between CSEA, Prosecutor and Domestic Relations Court Juvenile Division, effective January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. Said amendment is to reflect the non-federal and federal match funds and to be paid from the contractual purchase service account. Prosecutor's Office non-federal match is $341,005.18. Federal match is $661,951.24 for a total of $1,209,956.42. Domestic Relations Magistrate non-federal match is $180,048.30. Federal match is $349,505.53 for a total of $529,553.83. And Domestic Relations Juvenile non-federal match is $122,711.49. Federal match is $238,204.66 for a total of $360,916.15.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Under Stormwater, number 16, award contract to Pat Riley Trucking Limited, North Norwalk, Ohio, in the amount of $138,440 for the Quarry Road lateral ditch number 1 drainage improvement. 5 bids were open on April 4th, this being the most responsive complying with specifications. Authorize administrator to notify the auditor to release retainage at completion of the project and will be paid from the stormwater account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Under Domestic Relations, 17, advertise bids for the food services at the detention home and residential complex. Publication will be in the Chronicle on April 18th and 25th and open at 2 p.m. on May 6th. Mandatory pre-bid is April 29th at 10 a.m. at the site.
So
Move
move.
to approve.
Oh, sorry,
I thought you were reading that.
that's fine.
Which one do
We'll
you
make
want
the
first?
motion. Go ahead.
Move to approve.
Doesn't matter.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
We already did 18, so let's go to the sheriff under 19. Apply for the 2023 Selective Traffic Enforcement Program STEP Grant and 2023 Impaired Driving Enforcement Program Grant. Ohio Department of Public Safety will reimburse for overtime costs of deputies work in designated traffic blitz beginning October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023, and will be paid from the sheriff's salary account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
And number 20, entering the fleece lease management with Enterprise for 14 vehicles in the amount of $79,009 will be paid from the equipment lease account.
Move to approve.
Second.
It is, just so everybody knows, it is correct on the resolution.
Yes, I
We have
just-
the correct 14
Yes.
vehicles.
Yep.
Yeah, we just always need to make sure that the fleet is very functional and safe. That's the important thing. So I think this board's always done a good job of being committed to making sure that the vehicles are kept up so we don't have people driving in questionable vehicles out on the road all the time, put a lot of miles on, and to provide the road patrol and protection for our townships and our county.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Public comment section,
I
any
don't have
requests for
anything.
public comment? No public comment today, okay. The county administrator is under the weather today, so next we'll go to the man that's always working 24 hours, 24/7, 365, Dan Petticourt.
24 seconds every 7 hours.
24, oh, geez, okay, well. I won't comment on that.
I was gonna say let Dan go first before me, but that's okay.
I have no report today. I would ask that if the board decides to go in executive session, we go into it to discuss the potential purchase or sale of public property. And also, I would like to advise the board or talk to the board about a potential piece of litigation and probably 2 current pieces of litigation. Not unusual for my weekly report, I think.
Okay, very good. Okay, next is Commissioner's report. Commissioner Moore?
Nah, I'm under the weather too.
Yeah, hope you're feeling better. Geez, to go to Florida and come back not feeling
Yeah,
well. That's,
Orlando virus trip.
okay.
Airplanes.
Yeah, Commissioner Hung?
Yep, I do have a report today. Ohio Wears Blue is a statewide awareness program that takes place on the second Wednesday of every April, which is designated as Child Abuse Prevention Month. The blue ribbon that we have on today stands for your commitment to protecting and nurturing the children in our community. Wearing the ribbon or wearing blue today is a symbol that you can share that you value every child and support efforts to prevent child abuse and neglect. On April 7th, I attended the Families and Children First Council of Lorraine County meeting, and one of the topics discussed was the statewide awareness program for Child Abuse Awareness Month. I would also like to recognize our Director Chelsea Freeman of Families and Children First Council and our Executive Director of Lorraine County Children's Services, Kristen Fox Berkey, for the outstanding work they are doing serving families in Lorraine County. And the Board of Commissioners on March 22nd, we're happy to assist and partner with Children's Services, and we passed a resolution of $600,000 matching ARPA funds to help Lorraine County Children and Families Council for the purpose of serving Lorraine County families and children in need of services. Again, I'd like to thank Chelsea and Kristen and the entire team for all they do. Last Thursday, I had the opportunity to attend the Neighborhood Alliance inaugural signature event at Lorain County Community College. Neighborhood Alliance is an organization that works in our community, and their president and CEO, Alicia Foss, she gave 2 speeches, and what a speaker she is. I have to tell you, if you ever get an invitation to go to one of these events, they really do, meaning the board officers and the members, they really do put on a nice event. They're informative and engaging with the audience. Alicia gave a brief history of the organization dating back to 1927 and its humble beginnings to give us current stats on seniors and residents they serve in Lorain County. In her speech, Alicia Foss shared 1 in 4 seniors lives alone and 1 in 3 lives with a disability. Lauren, am I right? All right. And also how the pandemic spurred them to implement immediate changes to adjust to serve our residents in Lorain County. The pandemic had them modify their delivery routes from 6 to 11 and modifying their delivery schedule. They created well-check calls, conversations, discussions of supplies the resident may need, referrals of others that may be able to provide specialty help, and in some cases, that phone call the resident was receiving or the meal delivery, that was the only human contact that they would have because the resident didn't have anyone, to help them. And so they're very appreciative of that help. The average age for a resident on the wait list for help, meals, services, etc. from Neighborhood Alliance is 75 years old, and the current wait list is 53 people. And I think the wait list serves as another example of why the new kitchen facility is so important to our community, and again, why it's so important to this board that we partner with Neighborhood Alliance in their new facilities kitchen project, as we have done with the county's $500,000 commitment and support of ARPA funds, and we did that on September 1st, 2021. And I think we've mentioned it here more than once already. The groundbreaking for the kitchen is scheduled for tomorrow at their new facility, the facility they're remodeling at 265 Washington Avenue in Elyria. Okay, just on another note, on requisitions today, you saw the board passing the Tyler Technologies New World contract for our 911 center of $441,000. To be noted, the contract price was kept the same, and there has been no price increase for the county in 2022. The CAD, or computer-aided dispatch, consists of a suite of software packages used to initiate public safety calls for service, dispatch, and maintains the status of responding resources in the field. Yes, it is used by emergency communications dispatchers, call takers, and 911 operators in centralized public safety call centers across the country, as well as by field personnel utilizing mobile data terminals, or MTDs, or mobile data computers, MDCs. The County 911 Center's CAD system consists of several modules that provide services at multiple levels for our dispatchers. The services include call input, call dispatching, call status maintenance, event notes, field unit status, and tracking and call resolution and disposition. Lorain County's 911 Director Jeff Young has been working on this contract with members of his staff, our IT department, and the prosecutor's office to complete and get it on board requisitions today. And I want to thank them for all their work on getting this contract complete. And the public should know that this is a commitment to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Lorain County. Our dispatchers are your lifeline on the phone when you call for help. This CAD, or computer-aided dispatch, is an integral part of the system that delivers the help when you need it most. Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you very much. Had the opportunity to attend the Children and Family First Council, and as my colleague pointed out, this board has made a $600,000 commitment over the next 3 years with matching dollars from Children's Services to make sure that we're properly assisting those in need of help. It's ultimately the ultimate safety net is the best way to explain it. When the programs just aren't there, they don't quite qualify, as you were talking about early, Lauren, with that gray area or that cusp of an issue that you get to. So it's really important that they be successful and succeed in this very challenging times. And I just want to thank my colleagues again for all the support that we've been able to provide them coming together. It's going to produce very positive results, you know, for kids who can't control their future and can't control their daily lives, right? So the support system needs to be there. Want to congratulate the Neighborhood Alliance. I wasn't able to make their function, but I know they're putting shovels in the ground tomorrow for that kitchen project that this board provided $500,000, so we can do a better job of getting food assistance and warm meals out to seniors and those in need in the community. Lorraine County Community Alliance held its Transportation Day last Friday at the community college. ODOT talked about how you know, things can quickly change when it comes to drivers, and they were talking about also when the iPhone came on the scene back in, I think it was 2007 or something, all of a sudden a lot of accidents were popping up and fatalities related to people being on their phones. So you know, I'm guilty too. I look at my phone every once in a while or look at a text message. Probably shouldn't be doing that, but we really need to be paying attention to the road, because just in a second something can go wrong, or sadly you could take somebody's life by not paying attention to the road. So, but they also pointed out about the widening of I-90, still moving forward with that initiative. That would be from the Turnpike up to 611. As we've said, they've done traffic studies, and especially in the afternoon going westbound from 611 down to the Turnpike area there near 57, that there's been a lot of accidents, and so we want to make sure those are going to be dealt with by widening that stretch of road, but that's going to NOACA to review as well too. So it'll take a little bit of time, but work is underway. I got to drive through that construction zone every day, so I know folks are wanting to know what's going on with that, but that's in process. Understand the Bascule Bridge is not functioning, which that's an operational issue. Just so you know, that's ODOT's bridge. We are responsible for staffing it. So, and ODOT has indicated there's an issue with the locking mechanism with the ramps, and I guess what takes place is that with the decks, I guess, that if the locking system is not in place, then when you drive over, you're going to have this bouncing effect that takes place. I don't know about you guys, I'm not interested in driving over a bridge that's bouncing, especially over water, right? So, but it's being worked on. We don't have any timelines yet. That's all being coordinated through ODOT, so we're going to work closely with them and hopefully get it resolved, because I know that the concern is the impact it has on businesses on either side of the river, folks trying to get to those businesses and having to take the long way around, and so it's being worked on and moving as quickly as possible. But when you have one of only, what, I think 2 such structures, not many left like this, it's going to take hopefully a short window of time, not a long period of time, but we just don't even have a timeline on it at this point. The Lorraine County for Ukraine initiative, we have about 60 members of the community, 60, that have actually volunteered to help out. We had a major Zoom meeting again last week. We are in the process of establishing working groups that will work on everything from housing to education to translation. One of our employees, our records director, Andrew Lippian, is doing an amazing job working with the translator group, which is going to be a very major role, because stop and think about it. We're going to need to transition resumes, get people into the Ohio Means job system, make sure people have access to medical care, social services, and all this is going to require translators and folks being able to help these folks. So we don't know yet how many families are coming, but we want to make sure there's at least a structure in place so that when they do arrive, however many they may be, that we're prepared and ready to go. And I want to thank Victor Leandri, playing a major role in helping to organize all this. Victor Leandri is the director of El Centro. I also want to thank my administrative assistant, Don Walther. Stop and think about trying to take 60 names, put them into grids, in committees, with contact information. She's doing a lot of amazing work on this, but that's the only reason I can function in my office every day. I couldn't do it without her, so surprised she doesn't have all gray hair by now, but probably drive her crazy every day with all with all the things we work on, yeah, but she's just amazing. So thank you to her and thank you to Victor. Lorraine FOP had their fish fry on Friday, very well attended at the shipyard. Good to see a lot of folks there. It's just nice to see people out again, and especially see people without masks on. And I saw on Facebook, I guess I didn't know there was actually a Lawyer Appreciation Day.
There you go.
Yeah, I think it was like, oh, every day, I don't know about that, but I can't remember if it was Monday or Tuesday, but I told myself I wouldn't tell any lawyer jokes on that day to try to honor the day. So thank you to our Assistant County Prosecutor, Dan Petticourt, and to your whole team over there for what you do. And for those of you like me who hate to pay attorney bills, remember to include a thank you card when you send the big check, so. Okay, and that completes my report. Next, I believe we have the clerk's report.
We do. Tuesday, April 19th at 9:30, we'll have a commissioners meeting for the CHIP public hearing. Same day at 11 a.m., we'll have an investment advisory meeting. Wednesday, April 20th, we'll have a commissioners meeting at 9:30 and then 2 p.m. records commission. And then Tuesday, April 26th at 9:30, we'll have a meeting because there will be no meeting on Wednesday, April 27th.
Okay. And the reason for that is we're having the, what the mayors of Avon Lake, and Sheffield Lake, I think, are meeting on that day. Sheffield Village. Did I say, yeah, Sheffield Lake and Sheffield Village, right, right. Okay,
We'll be going to their, state of their city's, annual reception.
yeah. It's always a great event, well-attended, and lots of good progress reports. Okay, board correspondence, huh?
Okay, I'll move to waive the reading of the board correspondence.
I think I'll second that today.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Hunt?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
This time I would move that we go into executive session for the reasons stated by the Assistant County Prosecutor.
Second?
Discussion? Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
And we have returned from executive session. I'll make the motion now to approve the personnel summary sheet.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Any other business come before the board? Seeing no other business, we are adjourned.